Everybody hang on. We're going to address this shortly. All right, gang, here we are. It's 11:25. We're getting zoomed into our storm of question here. Let's see what they're saying. Let's stop animating that for just a second over here. Weather 2. All right, let's check this out. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Pemiscot County and central Obion County and Lake County until midnight. At 11:21, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Caruthersville, moving northeast at 55. Radar indicated rotation with this storm. Locations include Tiptonville, Winburg, South Fulton, Ridgely, Wright, Croninville, Union City, Caruthersville, Hathaway, Hayti, Roney's Store, Sunkist Beach, Blue Bank, Proctor City, Jacksonville, Reelfoot National Wildlife Refuge, Sandburg, Fremont, Woodland Mills, and Maddie. Take cover now. Tornado is radar indicated again, and it's showing about 3/4 inch size hail with this storm. So if you're looking in on this this evening, that's what we're looking at right here. So over here on Weather 2, you see the radar zooming around. So we have Obion County, which is going to include the communities of Elbridge and Troy and Hornbeak and Union City and everybody up around Reelfoot Lake. And also Lake County and a part of Pemiscot County here, along the river. So that's going to include Tiptonville and Winburg and Ridgely and pretty much all of Reelfoot Lake. That's going to be in this area right here. So that's what we're looking at. Let's see what the winds are telling us. We go here and look at the wind, and we're getting there. Winds aren't, yeah, it's blown out just a little bit here. So yeah, we do have a little bit of rotation in this area. And from what we can see on the radar, here's some pea-sized hail to go along with that. So that's what we're looking at here. This is a tornado warning. Again, this is for Pemiscot County and Lake County and Obion County. I'll just reread the warning for just a second. The National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for Pemiscot and central and Lake County. This goes until midnight tonight. At 11:21, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Caruthersville. So that would mean it would be right here in this neighborhood. Now, if we can get a 2-shot going on this, let's go ahead and switch this up to Weather 1 over here. Perhaps maybe we can get there. Okay. So let's see what we see. We see the rotation here coming together. This is going to be the tail end of the storm, and this is where you're seeing the inflow notch right here on the south end of the storm right here, just on the left side of your screen. And over here you can see the winds. This is right over the river. This is right here at the river. So this is going to be moving off to the northeast. And let's kind of put a track on this. So yeah, it's going to be coming into Ridgely here very shortly along Highway 78, and this is going to be north of Miston, which of course Miston's here in the north part of Dyer County. So it's going to be right here along this county line area. It's coming across again. Here's the inflow notch. Here's where they're looking at this activity, where the wind's coming in, and you can see this same place over here on our wind profile too. So this is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and we'll track that just so you can have an idea of these areas here. If it will let us here. Just a second. Here we go. I'm going to put that on that line right there. And here we go. Away we go. Cottonwood Grove. Be in your tornado shelter now. If you're in Ridgely, you should be in your tornado shelter as well. Maddie, tornado shelter, get there. Haynes, Gracio communities, Windberg. Again, Windberg, again, that we told you that's in Lake County. That's going to be here in just a few minutes. If you're in Ridgely, get in your tornado shelter now. The Keefe community, Owl City, Minnick, in the next 15 minutes. Also Blue Bank, so we're up around the Reelfoot Lake at this point. Lake Drive, Jacksonville, and Samberg and Hornbeak. Also along here, Roney's Store, Spout Springs, Protimus, Wolverine. Now Troy, now we're getting into central Obion County at this point. Clayton as well, Dixie and Fremont and Old Fremont and Crystal, get the words out here. Reeves community, that's south of Union City. Woodland Mills, that's kind of north and west of Union City. Hickman and Union City, Schaffner and Jordan, Terrell, Casey, and that's going to start putting you into other areas here in northwest Tennessee. So that's the communities we're looking at. Again, pretty much all of Lake County and Obion County, and also the portion of here in Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri. All of these areas under a tornado warning. Again, this tornado warning goes until midnight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Caruthersville. This was about 10 minutes ago. So where is it now? Well, it's about over the river right here. The Mississippi River kind of zigzags all over the place right here. So folks who's along and west of Highway 78 north-south between Ridgely and Tiptonville, you need to be in your shelters now. If you are in northwest Dyer County, you can see this activity off to your northwest here. This will be crossing the river right out here in this area. This is going to be the Kennedy community in Hathaway and north of Cottonwood Grove. All of these areas here, the Mooring community, Haynes, again, Maddie communities in here too, Sunkist Beach, Blue Bank, and Owl City, Gracio and Cunningham. So this is along, north of Cat Corner. These areas right here that we're looking at, all of this area in Lake County in northwest Tennessee here. Tiptonville, Samberg, you're under the warning. Also Hornbeak, you're under the tornado warning as well. Other communities out here, again, Blue Bank, Walnut Log, and Woodland Mills, all of the rural areas of Obion County as well. And folks up here in Troy and Union City, you're under the tornado warning too. This goes until midnight. Again, the tornado warning right here. We're looking at folks in Tiptonville and Windberg and Ridgely. You should be in your shelter right now. Take shelter now if you haven't already. This is a tornado warning. Tiptonville, Windberg, and Ridgely. Everybody in Lake County, wake everybody up. I know it's late. It's 11:33, and there wasn't a whole lot of discussion about severe weather tonight, but that's not the case now. So we're now under the gun for this activity until midnight as this line of thunderstorms is moving across the Mississippi River. It's just a cluster of thunderstorms here. I have no idea where that's coming from, but just to kind of clue you in on what's going on here, again, we do have an active tornado warning. This goes until midnight for Lake County, Tennessee, and also Obion County, a good chunk of Obion County. As you can see, half of the county is in this tornado warning right here. It's right at the river at this moment. It's right at the river. Let's get on the Paducah radar so we can get a better shot at what we're looking at here. Okay, so once again, here's your inflow. Now, it looks like you've got a little inflow coming in here to Tiptonville, possible also down here between Windberg and Ridgely. The winds are not well-defined right here. We're going to go over here and take a look at another radar picture, and this is going to be over on Weather 2. So let's squeeze on over there for just a second, and we'll kind of give you an idea here so we can all see what we're on the same page. So here's where most of the wind is right now. It's along the Mississippi River. This is going to be to the west of Ridgely. If you're looking at this on radar, to the west of Ridgely, and that's still going to put Tiptonville and Windberg in the path of this thing on a northeasterly path here. So that's going to include Hornbeak. It's going to include Woodland Mills. And again, wake up your friends and neighbors too. All right. Wake up your friends and neighbors if you're in Obion County, or if you're in, if you're in these areas, Lake County. Again, Pemiscot County, it's moving out of there. So, yeah, we're still here. Just bear with us. We're trying to wake some people up. I'm not entirely sure if the other folks are on yet or not. So that's what we're looking at until midnight tonight. It's 11:35 right here at KenTenn Weather Network. We're online at ktweather.net. You can also share the link over on our YouTube link to get the word out for all of this activity. Tell your friends and neighbors in Northwest Tennessee and West Kentucky to look out. We do have some rotating thunderstorms and a tornado warning for Lake County and Obion County in Northwest Tennessee, and also part of Pemiscot County here just to the north of Caruthersville here in southeast Missouri. So the tornado warning continues until midnight. We don't have an update from the National Weather Service just yet on the direction or the condition of the actual tornado warning. But trying to take a look and listen to some things here to try and see if everything is all joined up. I know it's early. So folks who are listening online, watching online on the YouTube channel, stay right where you are. Don't go anywhere. Tell your friends and neighbors in Lake County and Obion County to get in their shelter right now. If you're from Caruthersville up to Ridgely, Tiptonville, Reelfoot Lake, over to Union City, down through Troy, and Obion Community too, get in your shelter now, okay? You should be in your shelter now. So let's get there. And I'm trying to see. Where we are on this. So just bear with us a second. Okay. So let's do this right here. I'm going to hit this button. Actually, I'm going to hit two different buttons. Okay, it's 11:37, and I want to update you on some of these tornado warnings that's going on, because if you happen to miss the emergency alert a few minutes ago, we're streaming video on ktweather.net, and click on the YouTube link over there if you want to keep up with what's going on and what's on the radar and all of this stuff. But we were kind of expecting maybe some thunderstorms that would cause us concern with tornado warning situation, and we are at that point. We do have an active tornado warning for Lake County and Obion County, which means get your friends and neighbors up. We have an active tornado warning for Lake County and Obion County at 11:36. This was just a few minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Tiptonville or near Reelfoot Lake State Park, moving northeast at 50. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. This means wake everybody up in Lake County and Obion County. You're under a tornado warning right now. Now, this was radar indicated tornado. 3/4 inch size hail is a part of this storm here too. So that's going to put folks in these communities right here: Tiptonville, Winburg, South Fulton, Ridgely, Wright, Croninville, Union City, Roney's Store, Sunkissed Beach. Did you get all of these areas right here? Yep. All of these areas, that's who we're talking about here. Tornado warning right now. Get in your shelter. So yeah, if you just happen to be waking up, possibly just waking up as you're sitting here this morning, it's 11:39, almost morning anyway. Tornado warnings in effect right now for Lake County and Obion County in northwest Tennessee. That's Lake County and Obion County in northwest Tennessee. And we're keeping a track on this right now. Again, the tornado warning continues. This was actually, it wasn't too long ago this was issued, and the tornado warning goes until midnight tonight. So the tornado warning at 11:36, this is about 4 minutes ago now, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Tiptonville, near Reelfoot Lake State Park, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is radar indicated rotation. This is a tornado warning. Tornado warning for Tiptonville and Ridgely. Get in your shelter now. Lake County, Reelfoot Lake. If you happen to be in these areas, you need to be in your shelter right now. I'm going to go back over to the other radar for just a second. If you happen to be looking along with us here at KTWeather.net, we're live streaming this over here on the YouTube channel. So that'd be the easiest way to get to the KenTenn Weather YouTube page. You go to KTWeather.net and click on the YouTube page. Tornado warning. That's what we're looking at. And here's where the wind is between Tiptonville and Winburg and Ridgely. It's not a well-defined hook of any kind. It's a very kind of broad tornado warning for all of Lake County and down here into a good half of Obion County. Going to include the communities of Samburg and the communities of Hornbeak. And everybody along Highway 22, and that would also be the Walnut Log community, everybody at Reelfoot Lake, Woodland Mills, Union City, Reeves, and Troy. And all of these areas right here. This is moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a tornado warning again for Lake County and Obion County. This goes until midnight. Again, Tiptonville, Ridgely, and Winburg currently under the gun of this activity right here. And we're not seeing, it's a very broad wind right here. So folks in Samburg around Reelfoot Lake and Tiptonville and Highway 21 around the lake, get in your shelter. Wake your friends and neighbors up over there, okay? They need to be getting in their shelter. If at all possible, need to get them up and get them into their shelter. I know this is kind of a late night, early morning ordeal here, but, we've been kind of watching this activity all afternoon across the Mississippi River and some actual tornadoes over in central Arkansas. Well, there's still enough energy left in the atmosphere to spin some stuff up, and that's what we're looking at right here. If you happen to be looking at this wind on the radar with us, again, if you're not tracking it with us, you want to dial it up in your phone or your computer while you're in your shelter. It's ktweather.net and click on the YouTube link. So you see this little pocket of opposing winds right here. It's not very, very well defined, but that's what we're looking at. So this is just south of Reelfoot Lake. And the winds are right here between Tiptonville and Winburg and Samburg. That's where this heaviest of the activity is right now. Again, if you're joining us, it's 11:42, and these are tornado warnings for Lake County and Obion County, which means you should be in your shelter. You should be in your shelter right now. So yeah. Now, if you happen to be, if you happen to be right there, hang on, y'all, just a second here. We have a little bit of a thing going on here. This is give us just a second here. This is tornado warnings for Lake County and Obion County, and these tornado warnings go until midnight here. If you happen to be hanging on the phone, hang on just a second. It's 11:43 as we're tending to some of these severe weather things here this evening here. So, just bear with us here as we kind of get everything a little bit together. And we're back here in just a second. Again, tornado warnings until midnight for Lake County and also for Obion County, and all of this activity going on here in northwest Tennessee until midnight. Hang on the line here with us, and we're back here in just a second. Back with you here at 11:45. I'm Brian Thomas. We're online also at ktweather.net. If you happen to be over there looking online, you can see what's going on with the wind and the rain and all of this stuff as we're tracking this tornado warning. Again, tornado warning is active for Lake County and Obion County, and pretty much half of Obion County here in northwest Tennessee. If you're looking at the map right now, you see the pink circle. That's where the majority of the wind is right now. And that's putting it right around the south end of Reelfoot Lake and then between Tiptonville and Windberg and Samberg over here. I'm going to clear that out for just a second. If you don't know where to go watch online and streaming what we're doing here so we can get down street level and show you what's going on, go to KT Weather, letter K, the letter T, the word weather.net, and you can head over there and take a look at all of this stuff that's going on here. They did update the tornado warning at 11:37, so we're rolling on about 10 minutes ago. They said the tornado was, where exactly was it? It was, now it says it's near Reelfoot Lake State Park. Yeah, you're right. And of course, you all have been getting quite a bit of rain out of this activity here too. But just keep watching this activity. If you're in Samberg, if you're along Highway 22 here, and still Highway 78 up through the prison, and folks coming into up in Hickman here in just a few minutes. All of this activity is moving off to the northeast at anywhere from 50 to 55 miles per hour. This is also going to put communities of Hornbeak at risk here, and also Woodland Mills and Union City. This is in Walnut Log community. If you're anywhere between Reelfoot Lake and Union City, you need to be taking cover right now. You need to be in your tornado shelter. Again, this was radar indicated rotation. And don't be confused here. Now, when you start looking at this on the radar, you're starting to see these 91 mile per hour winds going that direction right there. So this storm has generated some really, really gusty winds. This is at Blue Bank, by the way. 95 mile per hour winds. And some of these winds are rotating pretty decently. So, which means you need to be in your tornado shelter. Okay? So now we're looking at the relative velocity product over here on the radar, and you can see the difference between, there's 46, there was 50 up in there, and there was 20 going the other way. But if you happen to look at that on the velocity product, now you can see 91, you see 89, you see all of these numbers. This is right here between Windberg and Blue Bank and Samberg. The lake is right here, gang. Draw the circle from Highway 22 around all the way to Tiptonville and back up 78. This is Reelfoot Lake. This is the very high winds right here in Lake County. This is moving off to the northeast, which means Samberg and people along Highway 22 and Hornbeak and Walnut Log all the way to Woodland Mills. This stuff's holding together pretty good, and we're starting to see these winds really pick up, especially right here at Samberg and Blue Bank. If you're just joining us and yawning and getting out of bed, what is going on? Why are the horns blowing? Well, there's a tornado warning for Lake County and Obion County, and it includes communities of Samberg and Hornbeak and across Highway 51 4-lane and the new bypass around Union City all the way to South Fulton. All of these communities. So Woodland Mills over to Reelfoot Lake and down. This is a tornado warning. Obion County and Lake County, this goes until midnight tonight. It's 11:48, and again, you can share this live coverage online. You can kind of keep up with what's going on, and if we need to, I will go down to street level here in just a minute. Go to ktweather.net and click on the YouTube link, or you can just get to the YouTube channel and share it. You know, that's fine too, because either way, we're keeping you plugged into what's going on here. We're looking at Blue Bank and Windberg, and we're looking at these areas here. Keefe Community, Edgewater Beach. This is Lake Drive, Lake Road, Webb Store Road, and the North Bluff Road. That's going to put you at Lassiter Corner, too, is where this wind is right now. And we're looking at winds over nearly 100 miles per hour right here at Reelfoot Lake. Be in your shelter, gang. Call your friends and neighbors, wake them up, say, get in the shelter, dang it, let's go. We can't stand out in this stuff, and you don't need to risk yourself in these things either. This is a tornado warning for Lake County and also Obion County. This goes until midnight tonight. Folks in Samberg, take shelter. Folks, on Highway 22 between Sandburg and Walnut Log, all the way up to Union City. Get in your tornado shelter. This is a tornado warning. All righty? Yeah. Tornado warning continues until midnight. It's 11:50 now. So we have another 10 minutes here on the tornado warning that we're looking at here. So tornado warning continues is what we're saying here until midnight. Next 10 minutes, we're continuing to watch this, and they haven't updated the tornado warning information since about 11:37. But the winds are still really strong right here, gang. If you're looking on the radar with us between Blue Bank and Sandburg, and this is the Paducah radar, we're getting this information. This was actually updated a few minutes ago. The wind product was not updated a few minutes ago. They could update it. It would be a little helpful. But even about 5-7 minutes ago, we're looking at winds at 91, 93 mile per hour at Windberg, and that's going to put it about Blue Bank and Sandburg at this point. Because as we see over here on the right side of the screen, we see the intensity has kind of moved off over here on this side. I'm going to go back over to, let's click on that and that. I'm going to take you to Weather 2 for just a second if you're looking online. So here's Tiptonville, here's Sandburg, and right here, see that it's still an older picture right there too. Along this is putting you about Highway 22 between Sandburg, and it's going to take you northeast up to Walnut Log. All of these folks out in this rural area here along Obion County, Lake County line, get in your shelter right now, because you see the mouse moving on the right side of your screen here, and you see this is the activity where this is right here, where the little lighter green area is. That's going to be a point of concern here. Now, usually we take a look at the hail product too. The hail product isn't looking very promising at the moment. Now, with that being said, there was not a lot of large hail reported with this particular tornadic thunderstorm. It just reported something like pea-size hail or so. Either way, even not good high cloud tops either. But what we are concerned with at the moment is going to be the wind. What's the wind looking like? I mean, what is it in your location here? Don't go outside in it. The tornado warning still continues. It goes for another 7 minutes for Lake County and Obion County. And, this thing is still moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. As we watched it cross the Mississippi River, you got to think, this warning came out about nearly 30 minutes ago, and it hasn't made it to the Kentucky border yet. I mean, it's just now getting into western part of Obion County. That's what we're looking at right here. Is this little bit of lighter green area in the neighborhood of Sandburg. Now, when they update the wind picture here in just a few minutes, it'll give you a little bit better idea of what's going on here too. Let me cut back over to Weather 1 for just a second, and this will kind of give you a little bit of an idea here. So this was the latest information that we had, and this was updated at 11:48. This is going to put it out over the lake. We're seeing 91 mile per hour wind gusts by Doppler radar out over Reelfoot Lake. So if you're in Lake County or in Obion County, in this polygon right here, from Sandburg to Woodland Mills over to Union City, all of this area right here, all the way up to South Fulton, get in your shelter. This is a tornado warning. It does expire in about 5 minutes. We're going to ride this thing out. We're going to see if anything else becomes of this. Again, the strongest of the rotation we're seeing right here is going to be over Reelfoot Lake. At the moment, it's kind of slow moving. Honestly, it seems kind of slow moving, because if we put that thing into actual motion and roll it back a little bit, let's see, that it was getting going at Caruthersville. That was at 11:28. There it is crossing a river at 11:35. And then there's 11:42 where it's in Windberg, and there's 11:48, which was just putting it over Reelfoot Lake right now. This is going to be in Sandburg and over Reelfoot Lake right here with the 90 mile per hour winds right there. Get in your shelter if you're in Lake County or Obion County. This is an active tornado warning. This is an active tornado warning until midnight for Lake County and Obion County. Again, this tornadic thunderstorm is over Reelfoot Lake. Folks in Sandburg and Walnut Log and along Highway 22. If you're anywhere between Highway 78 and Highway 22, they broadly parallel each other in a northeasterly fashion here. So, from Hickman down to Tiptonville and from Sandburg on up to, we'll call it, what's the communities up there? Clayton community. Get in your shelter right now, and everybody in Obion County too, wake them up, get them into their shelter. All of these areas here, Protemus community, Roney Store, all of these communities, Spout Springs, get in your tornado shelter. It is 11:55. We're tracking this tornado warning. This is a tornado warning. And at the moment, there's not been a new, I stand corrected. Hang on here. Looks like there's something else that says a tornado warning for, it's the same one. So we continue to watch the same thing. So probably some new information is going to get updated here in just a minute. And it did. So let's see what it says. The tornado warning for eastern Pemiscot County is canceled. Well, that's good news to know. And at 11:55, this is from the National Weather Service at Memphis. Tornado warning for northern Obion and Lake counties will expire at midnight. That was what they just issued a minute ago. The tornado which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Now, hang on a minute. The tornado warning goes until midnight. So that means I'm still watching wind on the radar over here over Reelfoot Lake. 91 mile per hour wind gusts. And of course, this has moved along too. What you don't see on the radar is on the right side, you're looking at the rain and the rain intensity. This is what we call reflectivity. This was just updated. The radar just updated 11:56. The picture on the right side with the blues and the greens, that's our wind product, and it hasn't updated since 11:48. I'm not sure if that's a problem with the Paducah radar. They did have some problems. They were trying to work on it earlier in the week. It's trailing behind by almost 10 minutes. So what we don't see, though, it looks like they did pull the polygon off of Lake County and Obion County. But this tornado warning, like I said, unless we have some new information, we're still going to ride this thing out to midnight. All the way to midnight. Seeing some positive lightning strikes up here. Some cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. This is going to put it into Fulton County. Hickman, right here. This is where all this activity is moving off to here. So, yeah, lots of fun with these things. And you probably weren't expecting, you weren't expecting this tonight. But if you've been watching the weather any at all during the day, you've been seeing the tornado warnings out in Arkansas and also in southern Missouri as well. And we've been kind of sitting here watching this activity. We're actually seeing some more pockets of thunderstorms now about to move back in through Pemiscot County. That's getting some rotation on them as well. So this may not be over with yet. All right. I want you to hang with us here as we're approaching the top of the hour and the midnight hour at that. We'll be working on Monday morning hours here in just a minute. All right. So according to the National Weather Service, the tornado warning will expire in a minute. They've already removed the polygon. But let me switch you back over to Weather 2 for just a second. If you happen to be watching along with us or sitting in your shelter, if you've been in Lake and Obion County, maybe in Pemiscot County, we've been tracking this for the last 30 minutes, this tornado warning, which is now expired or has been removed by the Weather Service. Now, if you're in Caruthersville still watching this, here's another pocket of rotation coming up here. This is going to put it between Hayti and Caruthersville. This is not a tornado-warned storm. Not yet. They haven't warned that one yet. But that was another one that was in line right behind this other one. And now we're seeing some really intense activity taking place down near Ripley, which will be coming up through Dyer County in these areas here in just a little bit. We're keeping an eye on this. because this disturbed weather, this turbulence has hit this juicy atmosphere, which has made things, prone to spinning up these tornadoes tonight. So if you are listening with us, thanks for listening. It is the midnight hour. It's Monday morning at WCDZ Dresden and WCMT Martin and KYTN Union City and WQAK Union City and WCMT FM South Fulton Martin. You're also streaming online at ktweather.net tonight. We're streaming our live stream here. We've had it up for a few hours and just kind of letting it run, and people watching online here as these thunderstorms have kind of been spinning up, and we've been watching over in East Arkansas. And this activity, I'm still seeing some quite a bit of wind. Just looking right here between Tiptonville and Hornbeak, and along Highway 20. That's Highway 22 between Windberg and Woodland Mills. That's going to put you out in the Clayton community. So we'll switch back over to weather one for just a second, and I can show you. We've been looking at this blue over here. Still some really gusty winds right here along Sandburg. This thing hasn't really made up its mind if it's going to move northeast or move east or what it's going to do. But it intensified after it crossed the river. Trying to let you see here. Zoom out enough. So if you rewind it back to 11:21, that was when they started getting concerned over in Caruthersville. You see this little dark spot? That's how the winds are intensifying in this thunderstorm. And they're still pretty intense right there. And then they get to about, it's jumping all over, it gets about Windberg, and it still continues. It gets over Reelfoot Lake, so this is Reelfoot Lake right here. And the last picture we had was 11:54. They don't look as intense. It just looks like a giant windbag right now along Highway 22. This is going to put it at Sandburg, up Highway 22, Walnut Log, Spout Springs, Ronnie Store, and also Clayton, out in Obion County. So this is technically putting it now east of Reelfoot Lake, where the wind is. This was a tornadic thunderstorm. The tornado warning expired at midnight. And I hadn't let this go just yet because it may be trying to cycle. We're looking back towards the south and east. And you see the bullseyes on your screen if you're watching along, where it's showing you, some of the intense parts of these storm activity here. So, there's still some gusty winds in some part of this. But again, these thunderstorm cells that we've been watching this evening, they've been hitting pockets of instability, especially here over the Mississippi River in northeast Arkansas and West Tennessee and the Boot Heel. And keeping an eye on this, not too entirely sure that it's done cycling. I'm still looking at the one back over in Caruthersville right now. I'm going to switch this Weather 2 radar. I'm going to switch it back over to Memphis so you can look up from the south side. And we can see from there, it is not showing a whole lot of intensity right there. There's some really good wind coming out of the Ripley storm that's further south. You don't see that on your screen there. Just happened to look over here at this other one for just a minute. It's good to get two different perspectives. We look at Paducah radar and we look at Memphis radar. We're kind of trapped in between the two. Paducah seems to be the closest one, though. When we look back over at Caruthersville, and that's where the first tornado warning came from. It came out of Caruthersville, and it looked like the one that's there now kind of looks like the one that had just come through there. But I'll jump back over here on Weather 1 for a second. As you can see, do have a little bit of inflow right here. Now, this thing is entering one of these rings on the right side of your screen. It's just a blind spot for the radar. It's very irritating when you're trying to track these storms. But at the moment, there is no tornado warning. We had a little bit of a tornado warning right here, about 30 minutes, and then it was gone. So we're in the clear here at the midnight hour. No tornado warnings at the moment. So what we'll do, we're going to throw this bad boy back over to regular programming here. It's 12:04. I'm Brian Thomas. I'm going to sit up here. We're going to watch this for a little bit longer. And folks who's on the stream, don't forget you can check this out at ktweather.net. Okay? That's ktweather.net. You can click on the YouTube stream over there and keep an eye on things with us right here. But we're going to drop the stations off for just a little while and put you back over to regular programming right here in just a second, because there's no point in us being here. But we're going to be sitting here in the Weather Center watching this as this progresses on into the night. It's 12:05, and a good evening to you. Okay, I think the Thunderbolt stations are clear. So, if you're watching now that we're off air, you're still watching on the stream, hey, stick with us. If you don't have anything better to do, we're going to sit here and watch this stuff for a little bit, because this stuff may spin right back up. May have to go pull the trigger and turn those stations back on in a minute. Currently, I don't see anything in the way of discussions. Let me go over here and check out the discussions from the Weather Service, or to see if we have any at all right now. Maybe they're, okay. Let's see what this says there. Well, it's interesting. There's a color on the map and it wasn't showing up as anything else. Okay. Let's put you this way. A tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for Crockett, Haywood, Obion, Dyer, Lake, Tipton, Gibson, Lauderdale, and Weakley, including the cities of Alamo, Brownsville, Covington, Dresden, Dyersburg, Humboldt, Martin, Milan, Ripley, Tiptonville, and Union City. 76 mile per hour wind gusts, still trucking right on through Clayton. This is Clayton right here. And then Walnut Log. There's Samburg. And Clayton. So here's Highway 157. There's Kentucky 311, Kentucky 309's in the path of this. Wind. It's wind right now, because National Weather Service says we have no active warnings in the country right now for tornado or thunderstorm or otherwise. No active warnings for anything. They just all dropped off here a minute ago. I'm still waiting on the next update on it. Look, the radar up here updated at 12:05, so that was 2 minutes ago. And the wind profile from the radar updated at midnight. So it's kind of dragging behind a little bit. It's not necessarily, you know, it's not our fault. I mean, we're doing that. That's just coming straight off the radar. We get what the radar gives us. But very, very disorganized. I still see quite a bit of wind right here, even around Caruthersville. It's a little bit lighter than what they had a while ago with the 60 and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. But they definitely saw some rotation over in that storm there. Let's switch back over to weather 2 on this side. Southern part of Dyer County along Highway 210 and Highway 412 and Halls and down Highway 51. Ripley is getting pounded with a severe thunderstorm down there right now with some pea-size hail, as well as Halls. Just a downpour of rain coming right now for those guys. And the storm crossing from Caruthersville over into Lake County. It looks like it's showing some wind. I don't know, that's putting that one at 61 knots. That's interesting. So there's going to be another wind bag coming across the Mississippi River right now into Lake County and to the northern portion of Dyer County. So folks at Pagoda and Miston be on, go inside. Don't be hanging around outside for no reason. It'll be put in along Great River Road right now. Along Great River Road at the county line, the Lake County, Dyer County line. And it's going to put it out here, Highway 70. That's the 79 south of Ridgely. It's always interesting. You think, well, Highway 79 is in McKenzie, you know. I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't number their streets, years and years ago, right, or something. But anyway, along Highway 78 in Ridgely, all the way to Tiptonville and Windberg, we're getting some other stuff going on over here. What in the world? Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. All right. Rock and roll. There we are. 12:09, 12:10 now. Still watching these things spin up here. When I say spin up, I mean they're either spinning up or they're turning into windbags here. This one's reporting in at 38, 39 knots. It's also in this blind spot of the radar. So you take that with a grain of salt. But if you're looking at 61 knots wind right there, is it rotating? We can't tell. It's in the blind spot. There's just one little bitty bit sticking out through the blind spot on the radar. I don't want to get into the technical part of that blind spot, but yeah, it does cause a problem. You can't see what's going on with the winds inside these things. Usually if you switch to a different radar site and tilt the radar up, you can kind of get a better picture, but we're not going to do that. We don't have any actual warnings right now. All righty. Okie dokie. We're still trucking along here. We haven't gone anywhere. It's also interesting. We've had the emergency alert up this whole time. Matter of fact, I had it up before 11:30. I don't know if it went out of the air or not, because I'll be honest with you, at that point, I was laying in the bed back there, so, we're lay down for the night. And if it got bad, well, I had this little app on their phone, this little Storm Shield app, but I've got it set for just about every county along the Mississippi River, and also in West Tennessee to cover all of this stuff. So the instant we know from the National Weather Service, we know to get on our feet and get in here and start to work. So I don't know if it actually went over the air or not, the emergency alert part. I know that Dyersburg Weather Radio has had some problems, but it should have anyway at some point. No warnings right now reported in the continental United States or otherwise for severe weather. I'm still watching some severe pockets of weather here, meaning heavy downpours. And we're looking right here at Caruthersville, all the way, pretty much Caruthersville and up and down the Mississippi River between Ridgely and Windberg and Caruthersville, where we're seeing some of the most intense stuff. Now back down, folks, Tennessee, down in southern Dyer County, and also Ripley, Halls, and Gates, seeing quite an intense storm there. And you're asking, why are you still hanging with this? There's no warnings. Well, just take a look right down here at Halls. We got quite a bit of positive lightning strikes, so we have the indication of a severe thunderstorm right here taking place, at least a heavy downpour. And there are some gusty winds in these thunderstorms too. Now, are they rotating? Not necessarily. But, they could reach severe limits for them to put out a severe thunderstorm warning. That's not the case right now. We just went through a tornado warning for Lake County and Obion County, and also Pemiscot County. That was from 11:30 until midnight. It has since expired. And when you roll the radar back and you see all of this, and you look over here, that naughty little ring comes up right there as it's coming into Caruthersville and Hayti, and causes a bit of a problem, especially for folks trying to read the radar, right? So that can always be a problem there. What we're going to continue to do here, and y'all, thanks for continuing our coverage here and watching with us as we're stepping this forward. This is, this was 11:15, so the Weather Service was already watching this area It's right down here. This is what they were looking at 11:15, right before they issued the tornado warning. But here's this little pocket of rotation you see right here. Now, when you step this thing forward a little bit, there's 11:21, 25. The marker's already jumped up to 80 mile per hour, 85 right there, wind gusts. That's at 11:28 right there. This would be about the time they're issuing the tornado warning. It's like instant replay, like football stuff. This is 11:42. This is when the wind product gets all out of whack. It's like it didn't update for a long time. 93 mile per hour wind gust at Windberg. This is 11:42. That's 11:48. 11:48. We're looking at 91 mile per hour winds at over Reelfoot Lake right there. Here comes 11:54. It's starting to loosen up a little bit. This would have put it just some gusty winds north of Sandburg. This is going to put you out Spout Springs and south of Gray's Camp. And then midnight, we see the gusty winds. It looks like they're up in Walnut Log now at this point. Here's 12:07. So pretty much all of the gusty winds have dissipated out of that thunderstorm cell. They were right. They had to go ahead and let that thing expire. You didn't see any more inflow notches on the radar on that thunderstorm there. Currently, no thunderstorm warnings, no tornadic thunderstorm warnings anywhere in the Mid-South, anywhere in the nation, not right now. And even this heavy rain that we're looking at over here in Tiptonville, all the way down to Carruthersville, we're not really seeing a lot of lightning strikes, anything that makes a difference. Lightning is based on friction, based on wind updrafts and some other factors. Most of that we're seeing down here between Halls and Ripley along Highway 51. And we do see a little bit of wind in these areas too. So that's a little bit of concern, but right now I don't see anything as far as, any kind of severe or heavy type of rotation out of that thunderstorm. I'm going to switch weather too back over to the Memphis radar for just a minute or two. There's another concerning cell moving into Tipton County that's going to be coming up through Covington and south of Ripley, which will put it through Henning and those areas down through here too in just a little bit. It may hang together. It may fall apart. We don't know yet, but that's what we're looking at there. Just a lot of heavy rain right here along Highway 51 in Lauderdale County. And again, another little suspicious ring. You can't see between Folks and Halls because of that drop in the radar. But I could switch radar. Let me go around. So I can't. This is going to look at from the south end, looking at from Memphis. So what do we see? Well, it looks like a mess right now. That's not really a good inflow notch. There's no wind right there. This is north of Friendship in Crockett County. There's nothing going on right there. Gates and Halls right down here. There's not a lot taking place. There's some gusty winds in this part of the thunderstorm. Along Highway 51, you're looking at 30 or 40 mile per hour wind gusts just along Highway 51 in these thunderstorms. Folks community getting 25, 30 mile per hour wind gusts. The one we've been watching, kind of fearing around too, was Carruthersville and Windberg, and this storm passing through Lake County once again. But it's not looking all that impressive right now. Let's switch radar balls again here. Let's do that. So now back down here to Carruthersville. We're seeing, that's on the back side of this. Got one positive lightning strike out of it so far. No severe weather to report right now. If you want to hang with us, this channel will be open for, let's see. I think YouTube cuts these video streams off after 12 hours. We've been rolling for 3.5 hours here. So It'll be up for at least another 8 hours anyway. I'm not going to turn it off. Of course, if we get any more of this weather, tornadic weather especially, we'll jump right back in here and we'll push the buttons and turn the radio stations on, and we'll talk weather and track it once again. But in the meantime, again, I repeat here, it's 12:20, no severe weather in the KenTenn area in northwest Tennessee, West Kentucky, or the Boot Heel, or East Arkansas. Nothing that is at severe limits yet, okay? And let's hope that it doesn't get there. Let's just hope we have some thunderstorms tonight and it goes on. But the forecast, somebody asked me about the forecast a minute ago. Well, what's it going to do this week? Well, I'll tell you what it's going to do this week. Tomorrow, sunshine 76, low 54. 79 sunshine Tuesday, 58. Now, we had thunderstorms in the forecast for Monday and Tuesday, but for the time being, they've been dropped out. Now, come Wednesday, we're going to sneak in thunderstorms during the day. Maybe some showers, thunderstorms. Thunderstorms Wednesday night, rain and thunderstorms Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we got another disturbed system, another disturbed week as far as that goes. Storm Prediction Center, let's see, when did they update this? This is at 11:44. Tornado Watch 156 will expire at midnight, and Tornado Watch 158 will continue. This was information from the Storm Prediction Center at 11:44. Thunderstorms will continue to slowly move east overnight. The tornado threat in Arkansas has diminished to allow Tornado Watch 156 to expire. Low-level flow may support a brief tornado or severe wind gusts across Tornado Watch 158. Now, who does that include? Who does this include here? Well, basically what they're saying is this is a mixed mode of convection, and a giant line of it too. They're saying there's wind shear in place that could spin up a tornado possibly in some places across the Mid-South tonight, anywhere from southern Illinois down through West Kentucky, down through West Tennessee, down through North Mississippi, Northwest Mississippi, down through far eastern Arkansas. This is Tornado Watch 158. Now, the details of 158 is this. This is the information we have on it. That's going to include the counties of Haywood, Crockett, Gibson, Weakley, all of the counties along the Mississippi River, excluding Shelby County and excluding Fayette County. Everybody else east of those locations, which I mean Henry County, you are not in the Tornado Watch. That goes now until, it goes until 4 a.m. So another 3.5 hours. But what they're saying is there's a possibility something could spin up in the overnight hours. That's what they're saying. Crockett, Haywood, Obion, Dyer Lake, Tipton, Gibson, Lauderdale, and Weakley counties under the Tornado Watch until 4 a.m. Okay, there we go. So there's that. And once again, let's go back to our radars plural here, so you can see what's going on. We'll put up the big picture stuff here so you can get a better idea. So this is going to be, let's switch back up to Paducah on Weather 2 for just a second. That'll let you see the intensity of some of these thunderstorms that's moving down the pike here. The one in Caruthersville and Tiptonville, that little line of thunderstorms is still holding together pretty good. There's some gusty wind inside that too. And there's the animation. You saw the first line come through, the first storm, and then this second one is right behind it. It's trailing on the energy that was already there. So you see this area right here, what we're looking at. Other parts to be concerned with down here from Lauderdale County, Ripley, all the way up to East Dyer County, which would be Churchton and Tatumville and Tigert and all these areas here. Moving into Crockett County, looks like some pretty decent wind and maybe some pea-sized hail out of this too. We're looking at some heavy downpour too, especially along Highway 210, Highway 20. That's going to be. I got my roads mixed up. There's Highway 412 right there that goes into Crockett County, So along that area there. And there's a road from Murray City to Halls out there too, or gates, I should say. So just be aware of that, especially if you're out here driving. I'm not sure the flooding situation now and how that's going on here in Northwest Tennessee. There haven't been any flood warnings that I've seen, but just be careful. There are some heavy downpours in this activity tonight. So let's see, where do we go from here? This is going to be our big picture there, and we'll turn off some of these reflectivity so you can see what's going on. That's what we're looking at. This is all of the Mid-South, and the heaviest stuff is going to be in southern Dyer County and northern Lauderdale County and moving into Crockett County, and even some stuff in Lake County and Obion County once again, as we have jumped on the air here tonight and jumped on the stream and gotten everybody out of bed. And we had a couple of tornado warnings we talked about from 11:30 until midnight. It's 12:25. I'm Brian Thomas. KenTenn Weather Network and KTWeather.net YouTube channel will stay up all night, and we'll jump back in if anything breaks out. We'll get right on top of it and get down to street level and do what we have to do. This is the KenTenn Weather Network. So in the meantime, we'll put up our weather radio and let that be the soothing tunes into the night for you until we have to get back on. Yeah, the Gooch Hall cam is not wanting to activate. We moved some stuff over to a new server over the weekend. And this thing is it may be, I don't know. Okay, there it is. So sometimes it just takes a minute. This is looking south from Martin, University Street in Martin. As you can see, not a lot going on right here at the moment. But what we were looking at is we're looking at some activity that's right outside here in Dresden. Let's see. Yeah, that'd be looking off to the east and northeast. I might have something on that. Let me, that's probably come off the south camera. Let's go over to the south camera and see what's up. Well, it's someone's nice, freshly mowed backyard. That's an old picture, obviously. So it takes a second to cycle through them when they haven't been turned on for, last time we had these cameras on was April 5th when we were having all of the nasty activity. So, and it's good that we don't have to turn these things on. We don't like to if we don't have to. When we do, it's usually due to bad weather or some other, thing going on. So I'm trying to get that other thing brought up, but it's not, anyway. Yeah, there's not a lot of activity going on out there. You see the rain falling. So that's about the worst of it right now. It's just a pretty heavy thunderstorm that was coming through Dresden a few minutes ago. Caught my attention because it was thundering real loud outside over here. I don't think there's anything coming off of that. No, not at the moment. There's always a camera there about KenTenn, I think it is, and they'll dial it in. I think it's just south of KenTenn, and they'll dial that into some really gnarly thunderstorms. I'm going to pop this KenTenn camera up for just a second, and we'll be right back. This is the oh, that's the wrong one. Go over to Weather One. Weather One will bring it up there. You got it. Okay. Yeah, this is. It may look like it's really zoomed in, and it's not. There's just rain on the lens here. That's actually a really wide shot looking off to the north and west, I believe, of that thunderstorm that's coming into. Well, yeah, it's over Obion County. Another real good one people need to look at is the one coming out of East Dyer County. Yeah. I'll leave it right here for just a second. Yeah. 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 I don't know what you're looking at. This is the camera that is in the neighborhood of KenTenn. Now, I believe this is looking off to the, there's no direction on these things. You can't see at night. I'm assuming this is looking to the northwest. Now, I could be wrong. It could be looking to the southwest, back toward East Dyer County. Not sure yet, because that thunderstorm activity is going to be impacting us through Gibson County here in southern Weakley County in just a little bit. A heck of a lightning strike on that thing, too. So we're just kind of hanging out watching weather TV here around the KenTenn region, northwest Tennessee. These heavy thunderstorms have started picking up. I was looking at the radar over here. The stuff that was building in Ripley and Halls and moving up northeast has grown in intensity. You're starting to see a little more pea-sized hail in these storms. So there is a little bit of updraft going on to lift those droplets into the air and freeze them. And still some thunderstorm stuff going on in Obion County, too. We're watching it all. We're watching it. But the camera you're looking at right there is actually the EMA camera, I believe, that's in just outside of KenTenn. I'm not sure which direction it's looking at the moment, but and like I said, it may very well be looking off to the southwest. The southwest toward Yorkville and Trimble, and Trimble wouldn't be southwest of KenTenn, but Yorkville and New Bern, back toward Dyer County. It would appear that that's the case. Again, no severe weather taking place right now, other than some small hail and maybe some gusty winds out of that too. I'm looking at the wind profile over here on a different radar picture. And I mean, that's 58 knots right there blowing out the front of this little thunderstorm activity right there. Yeah. All right. Well, that's we're going to keep watching this. I guess that's what we're looking at this hour. It's 12:41 at the KenTenn Weather Network. If you're watching online at ktweather.net. We had gotten out of bed at 11:30, so a little over an hour ago for a tornado warning. We actually had a tornado warning for Lake and Obion County and for Pemiscot County, and that storm had cycled and dissipated, and now we're watching what you're watching, what we're both watching, is some intense lightning in the Gibson County area, at least not too far from KenTenn. Either looking, I think it's looking off to the southwest. I think it's what they're doing. And I'm going to flip over to, let me get rid of that shot for a second, because I can do that. Let me go down to, that's Trenton. There's Alamo. Alamo may be too far south. And they're looking, they're actually looking south on that camera. Let me go back to Trenton for a second. Now, the Trenton would be looking toward the west. In this case, I think it's looking a little more toward the north. I'm not entirely sure. Is this actually the Trenton camera? Well, whatever it's looking at, some really good lightning right there in that particular thunderstorm. So this would be, now you're seeing an entire line of just thunderstorms, general thunderstorms causing a lot of lightning. People wonder why, why is this stream active at this time of a day? We weren't supposed to have anything. Well, that might be true, but there were chances for thunderstorms in the overnight. I'm getting a little thunder out there here in Dresden. We're having a little bit of a thunderstorm We'll see what's going on with that, but really not a lot. About 2 or 3 minutes ago, it was just pouring buckets on the roof, it sounded like. I'm going to back off of this KenTenn camera for a minute because this area is really starting to pick up a lot of rain. And that would put it up here in this area here. So this is kind of where we're looking at. Folks, off to the south and west and to the south here of Rutherford. So we're looking at Friendship. This is all East Dyer County. In a flood right now, gang. You all are getting a flood. And Weather 2 will show this. We get over on Weather 2 here in a second. I can show you on Weather 2 that there's half-inch size hills. So now we're getting a little more updraft here with this little pocket of thunderstorms. It was really linear as it was moving across the Mississippi River. It's kind of a scattered line, to be honest with you. There's no organization to it. But we've seen these thunderstorms intensify here in the southern part of Dyer County, and we can rewind the radar a little bit. You can see well, we can go back further than that. We can see there's the first nasty storm that showed up here. This was earlier. This was caused a tornado warning, and it went across Lake County and Obion County, and then they just dropped it at midnight. But we've seen some other thunderstorms firing up back over here in Caruthersville and south of Dyersburg and south of New Bern. And that's currently where they are. They're out here at, this will put it out here at Spring Hill School area in West Gibson County, northern part of Crockett County. That's 104 highway. So this is south of Tatumville and down here around Tigret, to be quite honest. So that's the areas here. So folks in Dyer and Trenton, Rutherford, you're going to be getting this heavy activity here in just a little bit. Now the hail core on this, there's a little bit of a hail core. It's enough to cause pea-sized hail. And cloud tops, 43,000 feet. That's a pretty tall, that's a pretty tall climb right there for that cloud top. 40 for that one right there over at Spring Hill School along Highway 104 and Highway 188. So that's what we're looking at over here. These are the cloud tops. There's the hail core. And this would be your this would be your downpour that you're getting in these areas right here. Now, as far as the winds go in these areas, we're looking at, there's 30 knots that way. Am I on the standing or am I on the base velocity? I'm not sure. I think this is a standing. I go to base for a second. This shows the winds blowing out and away here. So that's 60 knots. There's some good wind gusts right here. This is just, well, these communities here, that would put it, that's still Highway 104. But that's going to put you, that's Eaton. Yeah. That's Eaton. That's going to be between Eaton and Brazil and Hickory Grove in these areas here. So that's Persimmon Grove Road and Roberts Road, Old Trenton, Eaton Road, Tyree Loop Road. This is good wind gusts right here along the Spring Hill School and Highway 188. So there's that. And a lot of good cloud to ground lightning strikes too coming out of this particular thunderstorm. I'm still not sure what direction the Trenton EMA camera is looking. I get confused looking at these things, especially at night. If it was daytime, I could tell a whole lot. But I just happen to be looking over here. It's just some general thunderstorm activity, some lightning that's popping up. Now, of course, you see that thunderstorm there on the map. But if I click over here on the Trenton EMA camera, you're going to see you're going to start seeing a lot of lightning off on the left side of the screen. So I think they're looking north from wherever their location is there. Yeah. But the cameras are kind of few and far between when we start looking at these things. We've got some good cameras. And, Gibson County EMA, they have several up. Madison County, of course, Crockett County EMA has their camera up. And there's some hospital cameras around too, that show some pretty good pictures when all of this activity is taking place. And I'll just quickly show you Union City. There's a lot of people focused on Union City too, because there's another thunderstorm cell that has been kind of pushing its way through, Union City and some of these areas up there. But, right now, you're not really getting a whole lot because you're getting occasional lightning flashes. Of course, this is looking off to the west here from the top of the Baptist Hospital in Union City. So as we get away from that for just a minute, I'll tell you where the intense stuff is taking place at the moment. Okay. Lots of lightning strikes. This is all East Dyer County and western Gibson County and northern Crockett County. This is going to be around here at Spring Hill School area, what you're seeing there. And that's what we were looking at roughly off to the left over here from the Trenton EMA camera, where hopefully some of this energy is just getting eaten up and just spent. That'd be nice. Get all this activity out of here. So there's that. Friendship, getting pretty good rain right now. There's no severe activity. I say severe. When I say severe, I mean to the severe limits. UT Martin Hardy Graham Cam. This is looking off to the west and the southwest here a little bit. That would kind of be pointing back toward the Elam Center, I guess, right there. You'll see some occasional lightning flashes off the Hardy Graham Cam up there. So there's that. And it's kind of somewhat watching this storm that's over here. This other one that's moving across Obion County. And I want to take a quick look at that one for just a second. There's a little bit of spin on that one, but it's not, it's going to put it around Inglewood. Show weather too for a second. This is not warned. Okay. So this is just outside of Union City. This is Highway 51. And this will be impacting Reeves and, the Pleasant Hill Road and these areas out here. So this is north of Troy, in Inglewood community. But, there's a little bit of wind right here to the north of Troy coming through town. We're not seeing a lot. We are seeing some gusty winds. We're not seeing any low-level rotation. We're not seeing any mid-level rotation. As far as that goes, we're not seeing any pea-sized hail. But it's a lot of rain coming down in the town of Troy. We can give you that much. Some updated information down here at in the Spring Hill School area. It's really not a lot going on in that neighborhood either. We're probably going to be getting into this general thunderstorm setup. And that's okay, because we'd soon have that, then have these tornadoes and all this stuff. If you're wondering why we're connected and hooked up tonight, we have had tornado warnings. We had them at between 11:30 and midnight for Lake County and Obion County. Not aware of anything that actually came out of that, so we did pretty good on that one, I think. Right now, we're just watching general thunderstorm activity moving across the KenTenn area. Here in northwest Tennessee, seeing some gusty winds. Points to the west of Highway 45, west of Rutherford and Dyer and Trenton, and all the way down to Humboldt. So everybody in these areas, Sharon and Greenfield and Bradford, going to feel the effects of this little line of thunderstorms that's moving through. Also, the pocket of thunderstorms that continues to move through Obion County up here. And it'll be moving off to the northeast. It's going to go through South Fulton and go through south of Mayfield. As far as everything else, well, we just have to play it by ear for now. Although we have seen some winds begin to kick up here at Spring Hill School a little bit. That's a pretty strong storm right there. It's giving us a half-inch hail indicated by radar anyway. And this is all the way back down to Gates community. Well, we'll call it Murray City and Friendship. All of this area here. heavy rain, some pea-sized hail. You'll see that. Just stay inside. Stay out of this weather for a while. Let it pass. If you have to drive, be careful. Other than that, that's about the extent of it. And quite a bit of lightning too. We've been looking at the live cameras around the area, and do see quite a bit of lightning. KenTenn's getting a really good rainfall right now too. Of course, some of these other areas are as well. Rain's starting to come down in Trenton. Still some showers coming down in Martin. Everywhere you look right at the moment. I've been looking at another camera shot. That was the Union City camera shot. There's nothing going on at 1 o'clock of a morning in Union City. So that's good news. No news is good news. We're going to continue to watch this into the night. Catch a few Z's. It'll be good. And then, we'll let this thing hopefully just blow right on through. Back down further south into Shelby County. This is Arlington, I think we're looking at here. I'm looking at another picture. This is a picture of Arlington. I know it's kind of way out of our area, but that's the other closest camera around. So the wind's picking up right there in the little community of Arlington. There's also a thunderstorm down there, obviously. You say the lightning flashes. So there's that. That cloud's just coming up right there. It just looks like a fog that's about to overtake this area here. That's kind of eerie, isn't it? Okay. No, just kind of eyeballing it for a minute anyway. Yeah, I think they were about to run into a giant wall of water. That's what we were watching come across here. Well, that looks kind of suspicious. Yeah, that's what it looks like in infrared and black and white at night. You're standing outside and you're up high and you see this giant wall of water and see that's getting overtaken with all that rain. We'll back out of that because it just hurts your eyes to sit there and try to watch that stuff. Other things going on, not a lot. The most intense stuff is going to be down in the Dyer community right now. Of course, wow, still a lot of lightning coming into that KenTenn camera down here. So just be aware of some general thunderstorm activity tonight. Moving across KenTenn area. If anything does break out, we'll jump back on here. Otherwise, we're going to catch a nap and we'll be listening for all of the bad weather stuff. If anything happens, we'll jump right back on here. In the meantime, here's some National Weather Service for you.